This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back here at Djuma. The weather is much better this afternoon. It's still cloudy, but the sun is out. We're going to be joined by Ali on Djuma this afternoon. My name's Jonty. We've got Morgan on the camera, and we are going to be taking you on drive this afternoon. We've got JP at Pridelands, Marcus is with us at Ngala, and Kim at Phinda this afternoon. Please send us any of the questions that you might have or comments using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube, and if you're under the age of 18, pop us a mail on kidsquestions@wildearthtv.com. So we're just chatting about what our plan is this afternoon. We covered quite a few areas this morning. We were lucky with those elephants. So our plan this afternoon is to head into some of the areas that we didn't get to this morning and check if there's any sort of interesting signs of life. We're going to start. Our first port of call is going to be Buffelshoek Dam. That's where we're going to head to. Like we were saying this morning, when the weather is cool like this, there's always a hope that predators are going to have carried on moving more. So we might find some more tracks. While we carry on, you're going to have a look at the weather at the different locations.
Well, it seems like it's still fairly cloudy and cold, but it's warmed up just a little bit since we got out on drive this morning. My name is Ali, and on camera with me today is Darren. And we are also just bumbling about to see if we can find anything to start looking for something. More often than not, we rely on tracks or signs of animals giving away their position in the bush to be able to find them. So this morning, just before we went out and on drive, we had a massive downpour, lots of water falling everywhere that pretty much obliterated most of the tracks that we could have looked for. So although we got very lucky with the cubs in the hyena den, which was quite exciting, not much more after that happening. So we're just going to drive around. If anything's around, it's been harder, and there's been no more rain. So if we do find any tracks, there's a good chance of them being fairly fresh, and maybe that will lead us to pretty much anything from buffaloes to elephants to lions to leopards, and hopefully other things too. We don't really have a designated area where we would like to go today. I think we're just going to leave it a little bit of time and then see where it is, what area of the reserve is calling us. Could be many different options. And yeah, we shall make the most of it. At least it's not as cold as what it was this morning. I've been driving up and down Philemon's Cut Line quite a bit the last couple of days. I just have a leopardy feeling about this area. I feel like there's something hiding here that we don't know about. And considering the downpour we had yesterday, there's a very good chance that most of our cat friends actually got something overnight. When it's very windy at night, then sometimes they get lucky because the wind helps them to hide their smell and also their noises. So I suspect more leopards than not are actually eating creatures like this impala that's going away. Looking a bit skinny there on the hip bones. He's on a mission somewhere. Come back, be our friend. Suspect he's probably gonna join the rest of the bachelor herd, and if he carries on walking in that direction, there's a water hole not too far away. We're gonna leave him for now. We're gonna check that water hole later, but we're gonna send you guys across to JP, who would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands and we're starting our walk again at Leopard Dam for this afternoon. So our plan is to do a few little short walks around the dam and see what we can find. And then from there move to a few little areas where there's less wind and eventually close at Ndlovu Dam for this afternoon. So my name is JP LaRue and behind the camera we've got Craig. At the moment it's still very, very quiet here at the dam, and I'm actually surprised because it heated up nicely that nobody has come in for a drink yet. We're just going to hang around here a little bit longer and then from there on see what we can go and find. We'll most likely be focusing on some tracks, some field signs, as well as some trees this afternoon. And then anything else that comes additionally, that's a surprise or extra bonus for us. While we hang around over here, let's go and say hi to Marcus.
We are with this tree that you can see in front of you with these bright, beautiful yellow flowers. And of course, I'm sure we all see those brown stuff that goes. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to andBeyond Ngala. My name is Marcus, and joining me this afternoon on camera I've got Johan. And yeah, so like I was saying, we are with this tree that has got these most spectacular flowers that we see at this time of the year around Ngala, called a shambok pod or Cassia abbreviata, so that will be the scientific name. And of course, if you look very carefully, you will see those things that are hanging brownish in color. So those are the so-called pods of this tree that have earned it that shambok pod name. Quite a beautiful tree, as you can see, more the flowers than the tree itself. You know, but when you look carefully away from those flowers, when you look at the pods themselves, you know, they look quite old with no seeds at all, meaning that of course it is spring, most of these trees will start flowering now, but those pods are way older than the flowers. And of course in time it will lose these pods and then grow new ones. So that's where you see sometimes, you know, some birds. I've seen a grey guaway bird feeding off those pods, and I've seen also I'll mention it to you just now. So a lot of bird species, of course, will feed off those pods, and at this time that is flowering, you know, even those that will feed off flowers, maybe of course there are those that will feed off the flowers like the sunbirds. So it is that time that we'll start seeing a lot more, variety of birds on top of these trees that are helping themselves from the different parts of these trees. So the other bird I wanted to mention is a crested barbet that I've once seen feeding off a tree like that, or on the pods that is. So of course for this afternoon we are gonna be on a bumble. We are heading towards the same direction where we went for the wild dogs yesterday, hoping that we'll still find them that side. So let's see what the bumble has got in store for us.
Well, sometimes a bumble tends to produce sometimes bumbles give you the best sightings possible when you have no expectations and you just let things work your way. I've had quite a few good sightings on what is that over there? Might be very much just a tree, but it almost looked like a lion's stomach for a second. But it's a stump, I'm pretty sure. Of the wrong color. Very lion-like, but it is not a lion. So I'm gonna carry on and pretend this didn't happen. Suppose it's just willing that there will be a cat sleeping somewhere around here. So we're on a road called the Ingwe Alley, and Ingwe means leopard in the local Shangaan language. And we'll see, hopefully at the end of the road we will have an Ingwe. Kind of hoping for that, but if not, then I'm not sure. Maybe you might head that way, or maybe you might head to Torchwood, see if there are any signs of Tundi and Mareeps, which are mother and leopard son that we like to keep up with. They've been hanging around in a drainage area or in a drainage line, and we suspect that they might have a kill somewhere in there because they've been seen at the dam in front of a camp the last couple of days, but then they keep going in and out, and then there are no tracks of them coming out of the roads or coming into the roads. So they could be in there. And then we shall see. Oh, I haven't seen this one's on Djuma before. Let's just have a look here. No. You see those things on the tree? The wild calabash. Yeah, I can't remember seeing this creeper on Djuma before. It looks very much like a melon. It's called the wild calabash in this area. I'm not too sure if it's particularly nutritious. I cannot seem to remember, but they're normally found very high up on the trees. The fruit is very hard, so it needs to kind of fall from a certain height to then be able to open up and disperse.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We just found the most interesting bracket fungi underneath this tree over here, and it's probably one of the largest that I've ever seen. I'm just going to quickly put my hand next to it just to provide you with an idea that we're going to have some form of scale. Well, these fungi are very important for us as they are responsible for breaking down dead plant material. Some species of fungi is also parasitic, while other species have evolved in quite a few interesting relationships with other organisms. I also find it particularly interesting that termites have also evolved a relationship with a certain species of fungi which they will utilize to break down their food within the termite mounds, as they themselves cannot break down any form of food. So generally what I find particularly interesting about fungi is that they reproduce by means of spores. And I've watched one of these bracket fungi a while ago, and it actually appeared if it was actually smoking or smoldering as if the spores was being released into the air. Those tiny little spores will also from there on develop into a new bracket fungi. It's also fascinating that fungi and bacteria can be also one of the organisms that's found almost in every environment, even in the Antarctic as well as in the Arctic. There's also quite a few interesting articles that I read recently about concerns about global warming and ice caps melting and some bacteria and fungi being exposed again to the atmosphere. Some of those have not been exposed to the atmosphere for many thousands of years. And their concern is that they can potentially bring harm to other organisms as well as human beings. Well, we're going to start moving on and go and see what else we can go and find for the afternoon.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, and look at what we've got for you. Those are warthogs that you can see on your screen there, and it actually looks like much as we are watching them, that one is watching us as well. And you know, these are some of these animals that are not relaxed most of the time, but we find these ones here, they look relatively relaxed, and then we thought, why not share these relaxed, beautiful creatures with our viewers at home. And you can see the one at the back looks like it just wants to continue with its day of feeding, but the other one is not trusting as easy. As you can see, walking towards those thickets. And of course, warthogs, as our viewers might know, are omnivorous. As you can see, like they will eat grass, they will take some fruits, but they will also eat meat. Not quite a lot, but yeah, these are some of these beautiful creatures that we get. And it looks like they are not showing us any love there. Anyway, we did get to at least have a brief view of them while they're not running. So I think we'll just keep on bumbling. And hopefully our bumble becomes fruitful, you know. So those warthogs that you see, I saw earlier, are some of these animals, maybe those wild dogs that we've been seeing yesterday. You know, if they find them within their range of hunting, these are the ones that they would, of course, go for. And also these leopards that are eluding us time and again, you know, they would hunt warthogs. And of course, some lions, you know, the Birmingham Pride, which our viewers, I'm sure they know them by now, you know, and the warthog being that small, you know, it can sustain maybe a leopard or a leopard and its youngsters, not so much the lions. more so because they live in prides or in a group, and of course knowing how many lions are in a pride like the Birmingham Pride, so you can really, when you think about it, a warthog can't really go far. But of course these predators are opportunistic. If an opportunity for a warthog hunt presents itself, they will definitely grab it with both hands. They're not gonna say like a warthog is so small that we are not gonna be full when we're feeding off a warthog, but they will just go for it. Can be a snack until they get their next substantial meal. And of course, sometimes if the males are there, then they can claim the lion's share of the spoils, which means it might work on their advantage, but not necessarily on the ones that are not high up on their hierarchy. Yeah, so this road that we are at the moment, we'll go across that Timbavati dry river bed, heading north towards where we last left those dogs.
Hi, we are Yaku and Milani. We are from Gauteng in South Africa. We started watching WildEarth last year during the level 5 lockdown, and we've been watching ever since.
Being in nature is one of the greatest feelings. We absolutely love it. Our favorite thing about WildEarth is that the concept is so amazing. We have the benefit of having a wildlife safari in the comfort of your home, especially when you're not allowed to go out. Being part of the Wildlife Explorer program gives us a sense of giving back and contributing to nature. It just makes us feel good because we love it so much. We are so excited to be visiting Ngala. It is obviously, I think for most people, an absolute dream to visit the Masai Mara. We can't wait to go.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
It's day 1 of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Well, it seems like our search has been quite productive. We've found a pair of ground hornbills, southern ground hornbills. They've just flown onto the other side of the dam, but it seems like one of them was carrying a bone in its mouth, and now they have found something else to eat. And if you hear that ting, 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 that almost metallic sound, those are the blacksmith lapwings all around that were initially trying to mob the 2 ground hornbills away. Maybe they've got a nest in there. It definitely seemed to be raiding something, and that's why the lapwings were trying to mob them so that they would move off. There we go. You're gonna see them coming in and out. they pretty much become quite annoying to the bigger birds, which are predators in their own right, to try and push them away so that they don't come onto their nest or onto their specific area where they've been. And they tend to just sort of fly very closely to them, and then sometimes they even peck them on the top of the heads just to push them away, much like what drongos do with eagles and other predator species. I wonder... Oh, you got that bone again. I wonder if perhaps the male is not trying to present the female with a gift. A lot of birds, I'm not sure if hornbills do it. I would suspect that they do, but a lot of animals, when they're trying to impress, or when the males are trying to impress the female, they'll bring them little gifts, generally in the form of food, because apparently that's the way to a female's heart. It's through their stomach. And then a lot of them just bring offerings. But it seemed a bit odd that it had a bone, because it was also trying to kill it at one stage. So maybe it just liked the bone, or perhaps... Those lapwings are really not impressed. Look how it's going. Oh, you're really attacking them. I think it was a piece of dung, judging by how it flew away. We're a little bit far away, so I'm having somewhat trouble distinguishing what it is that they're looking at. But often birds, ground hornbills, normal yellow-billed and red-billed hornbills, they will go and open the dung of an elephant. Often there will be undigested seeds in there. In the summertime, there might be a lot of dung beetles in them. And sometimes termites start using the dung, and then the elephant dung, and the guys just look for the termites in there. Oh, seems like that blacksmith definitely got him in the wing this time. They're not liking the ground hornbills being there. Sharon, these birds are quite endangered for a number of reasons, but there are, I would say, three main threats to them. One of them is their habitat is obviously smaller. A lot of animals are facing their range is sort of shrinking with the added human pressure. Then ground hornbills are a very slow breeder. They will only raise a chick every 7 years or so on. So it's a very long time before when they raise a chick, that they will then raise the next one. It takes them quite a long time, and then they're also very picky nesters. Because they're such a big bird, they need big nests. So the female will need to fit in. So now this is a bird probably the size of a turkey. And not often do they find good nesting sites. So if they don't find a good nesting site, often they will not breed that year. There are a couple of projects around the area. In this particular area, we have the APNR ground hornbill project, and they've been putting up artificial nests in suitable trees like jackalberries or knobthorns to try and stimulate these birds to breed every year and then have them there. And I think in some instances also they've been taking the second egg, because ground hornbills will only raise one chick at a time. Often the chick that is born first will kill the younger chick, and they're using the second egg to try and raise more chicks, or to avoid the chicks getting killed by one of their siblings. So it's quite a special. There aren't too many breeding birds left in the Kruger, and this pair seems to enjoy Djuma. Like, we've seen it a few times around, and I suspect it's the same one that was here a few years ago. Maybe they had 4 of them, if I'm not mistaken. But I haven't seen them nest in Djuma before, or in this area. I'm not too sure if they maybe have a nest somewhere here. But they're very special, very beautiful birds to see, and they've got one of the most beautiful calls. And you hear them early morning, late afternoon. So often they would spend time around quarantine, and then just as you go on drive, then you hear this beautiful call that they make. A little bit sad that they wouldn't make it now, but I think they're more busy trying to eat. Obviously, we've been finding good things. One of their predilect species of food are tortoises. And they've actually, because they've got such long beaks, they've learned that if they need to move they flip the tortoises on their back, and then they just kind of pluck the limbs away. It's not the best thing to view, but Damon, they can eat bigger things, but they wouldn't go necessarily hunting for smaller species of antelope. I haven't seen them, well, I've seen them with scrub hares, but not with duikers or steenbok. So normally a smaller scrub hare is also a good meal, although it's quite a optimistic meal for them. And as I was saying earlier, tortoises, lizards, frogs, snakes. I just seem to have chosen a bad spot there, and if I go forward we won't be able to have a view either, because unfortunately there are many trees in our way. But maybe they'll just grace us. Yep, there we go. Very nice of you. You see the blacksmith are still very upset with them being there. But the more they have done it, or the more they come down and dive bomb, you see that the hornbills actually eventually get annoyed and start moving off. So at least their strategy is paying off, and they've just got to keep on doing that, and then they'll get tired and just go start feeding in a different area. I think it hit him that time. Oh, now they're getting quite aggressive. Earlier they were just sort of coming close by, and now they're definitely getting down and trying to make some contact with the birds. Let me see if we go quite a bit further ahead, if we'll be able to have another look of them. There are a few trees here that are getting in our way. I think the best view for this would actually be the dam cam, because it's right there. Let's see. I feel like that's fairly open. We just have view of one of them, but the second one should follow. Now, I haven't been able to tell from here where we are, because it's a bit far and they've been facing the wrong way, but to be able to distinguish the male from the female, if it's got a blue patch, then you know you're looking at the female. A blue patch in the throat. Oh, and there's a lapwing again. And then of course close to the waterhole they'd be finding a myriad of things, from grasses to little insects, maybe grasshoppers, frogs, eggs, lizards, skinks.
Look what we've got for the viewers there. Of course, that is a female kudu. And let's just wait for it to get to the other side, because of course we had that tree on our way. There you go. Just walking, trying to get to the other side. Of course, you see how it's walking very cautiously there. And of course, female kudu, mostly you will find them in aggregations or in associations, so you will barely find a female kudu just by itself there. Just look at how it's just smelling at those spike thorns. Looks like she might even be feeding, but I'm not sure that tree is the one that she is actually feeding on, or there's a different tree deep in where she is feeding, because it didn't look like she likes the spike thorn. And of course I would agree with her. If she doesn't like spike thorn, it looks very, very dry, and I'm sure not as tasty. But if you just look at her general condition, it's not that bad, but you can really tell that they are under stress at this time of the year, especially with the vegetation not being that nutritious. So like Kudu, it's one of those species that might indicate to you where, food is not as abundant. And as you can see, she's just looking. And of course, there is another one close to where she is. Quite interesting how she is out in the open like this, as opposed to in the thickets, which is their sort of preferred habitat. But it looks like she is happy there, just feeding off that tree.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. At the moment we are looking at a knob fawn, previously known as a knob fawn acacia. However, these trees are interesting that they have little hooked thorns on the tip of the branches, which is there to protect them. And they've also got much larger knobs that are also there for protecting them against other herbivores trying to feed on them. That's also one of the thorn tree species with some of the largest leaf surface areas. With most of the thorn tree species, which was previously regarded as acacias, they all tend to grow in clayey soil. And the reason why they've got such small leaves is that they need to absorb nutrients and minerals very slowly out of that nutrient-rich clayey soil. Unlike many of the bigger leaf plant species, which we generally refer to as broadleaf plants, which occurs in coarse sandy soils, which needs a large leaf surface area for rapid evaporation and to also create root suction, that it can very quickly absorb all those nutrients from the soil before it leaches away. One of the things that I also find is with many of the large leaf plant species is that they tend to be toxic to protect them against insects as well as browsers. But with the knob fawns and the different species of fawn trees, they tend to actually be more palatable, and quite often they are targeted by species such as giraffe as well as kudu. And it's also one of the reasons why they are believed to have evolved fawns compared to those plant species previously referred to as acacias, which is now found in Australia only, which has no fawns at all. We also find quite often that in areas where there is predominantly only fawn trees, we find that there's a very large number of birds in terms of mass occurring in that area, but a very low species diversity. But when we go to those areas where we have broadleaf woodland, where the large leaf plants occur, we actually find a higher species diversity, but a much lower number of birds. So we also find that certain species will only specifically occur either in thornveld or in broadleaf woodland, while some might occur in both of these two different vegetation types. It's just amazing how something as simple as soil can influence where you can find a specific bird species. We're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. Well, we see what we can go and find. Let's go and see what Ali is up to.
Well, to be honest, more than on a bumble, we would prefer to be on a mission, on a tracking mission. But we haven't come across any tracks, and if anyone wants to carry on spending some more time with the ground hornbills, I suspect they're going to be in front of the dam camp for the next while. So they're very special creatures, always worth having a second look, and then who knows, maybe they'll settle in quarantine and perhaps start calling. That would be pretty cool if they did. I think it's one of my favorite calls of Africa. Obviously lion roar is top number one because there's nothing else like it, but then hyena whooping and the hornbill calls are also quite high up there. Now this is a road where we had that massive herd of buffalo a few days ago, and we can still see the road is littered with dung all over the place, so we know where they've been. Even if you didn't know what road they crossed on, if you came onto this road, you could see that there was buffalo evidence everywhere, and the grass has been trampled pretty much all around us, and well, droppings everywhere. So I suppose it's a good way of moving about and fertilizing wherever they go, recycling the nutrients back into the soil. Oop. Haven't had any luck just yet with any creatures, but who Who knows? Jordan, I've never seen a leopard catch a southern ground hornbill. I have seen, though, a very funny footage, well, I say funny, but it probably wasn't funny, of a leopard going into one of the artificial nests of the ground hornbills and eating the chick that was inside. So it was a very sneaky move. They do obviously feed on them now that we have that evidence. I don't think it's the usual thing, but it's a good meal for them. I mean, it's such a big bird that why not? But leopards would have to be careful with the massive beak that the hornbills have got, because it's not a small sort of sword that the hornbills use to defend themselves. They also have very powerful talons and claws, so although they seem like a clumsy bird, they're really not. They're also very smart. But no, I have never seen one of them. I'm pretty sure that they are a record somewhere. I think I remember seeing a photo somewhere on social media a while back. But I personally have seen leopards eat strange things, but that is not one of them. There's always almost that anguish when you see a leopard or a lion, for that matter, eating an endangered animal. You don't really want to see it. Seems like Marcus has found himself a small animal, so I wonder what it is that he's got.
Just look at what we've come across driving into this corner. That young male giraffe with that bed on his attendants. As you can see, the one on the side of the, that was uncomfortable for him. You know, when we drove around the corner, because he couldn't see us at a distance, you know, he ran to where he is walking now. Because, of course, these giraffes, you know, like many animals out here, don't really love surprises. But, you know, as soon as he saw that we are not a threat, he was that relaxed. As you can see now, he's just walking, maybe hopefully trying to get to the other side. But you can tell by even his body language that we are really not a threat to him. And of course, those oxpeckers, you know, that attends him for the parasites that he might have. I know, like now you can't really see, but there were also drongos when he was at the side. And also, there's one flying just past him now that you saw. So these drongos are there for all the insects that he might disturb, you know, as he is walking. But as you can see, it's still quite a young male. Very light in color, as you can see there. And of course, you know, giraffes do get that dark color with age. But I believe it's more, you know, genetics than age, really. But you do get those ones that will be very dark, and you also get ones that will be very light, even when they are that old. But of course, it's just walking with that height advantage, you know, he will be able to see a good distance. Oh, very good afternoon, Clive. I'm glad you were able to join us for this safari. Yes, of course, giraffes do lie down when they rest. But yeah, Clive, as you can see how tall that giraffe is, you know, like even when they get bigger or older with age, you know, they will get even taller than that. So when you do think about it, it's something that won't be as comfortable for these animals. But that being mentioned, you know, doesn't mean they don't lie down. They do lie down. But also that's when they are most vulnerable, you know, when these giraffes are lying down like that. Because also when you think about it, you know, they won't be able to get up as fast if need be. And even be able to escape maybe if predators, you know, attack like lions. But yeah, they do lie down. But that one on the screen, as you can see, looks like he's got no intentions of flying down anytime soon. So this is an area with, well, this is an open area with lots of these acacia trees, or the Senegalian nigrescens with their scientific name. And this time of the year, you know, they are also flowering, which is what this giraffe is after, because it doesn't look like it's an old one that, you know, will be following females looking at opportunity to mate. I think that one is just here for food. And just look at that particular direction he's looking at. Yeah, Robert, you know, you and I both, I love the way these giraffes walk as well. And it's actually quite clever or smart when you do think about it that way. Like, they walk the legs of the same side one time and then the legs of the other side. You know, being that tall, if they walked like most of these animals that we find out here, you know, they would even trip themselves and fall. But of course, that's one of the clever way of walking, especially if you are an animal that big. Just look at how high he's walking there. And so, like I was mentioning earlier, he's looking mostly in that direction. And that's also how these giraffes, you know, might point you into the direction of where predators might be. Because, of course, with that height advantage, you will be able to see them at a good distance. And then that is what you'll be doing, just looking and focusing on that particular direction. So if you are out in a bush like that, maybe you're driving yourself or whatever the case might be, you know, it's always worth checking when you see a giraffe looking at a particular direction like that. I think let's move forward. Hopefully we'll get another good view of this giraffe. Yeah, but he didn't look like, or he didn't look worried at all. Yeah, that's a very good question, Samantha. You know, Birmingham's would hunt a giraffes, and that being mentioned, you know, I've seen Birmingham feeding off giraffe carcasses, I think about 2 or 3 times, give or take. So they do hunt these giraffes. You know, of course, they've got numbers. And when they've got those males, also the Taurus males, it even helps them with the power that they've got. You know, they can easily bring down a giraffe, even a giraffe that age that you see on your screen there. So yeah, like, there are not a lot of giraffe carcasses that I've seen with the Birmingham. However, I've seen them on a giraffe carcass before. But as you might know, they specialize more on buffalo now, which is quite something exciting, you know, when they take down something that big, because, you know, the more the prey gets bigger, the more they will need a whole lot of food, as opposed to if maybe they take something down small, which won't be enough for all of them. And you know that because if the food is small, with all those lions to feed, you know, it gets even more violent when they are feeding. And they do have got youngsters at the moment, which might also miss out on a feed. But if they get something big like these buffaloes they are able to bringing down lately, and even this giraffe, you know, then that, at least that's something that will sustain them for a long period of time. There he is. And yeah, like I have mentioned earlier, it's just one that I see here. There are no other giraffes on the vicinity. But of course, with these males, you know, it's not unusual. Oh, look at that bird right on the tip of the ossicon. How beautiful is that day. But yeah, much as it is a beautiful one gone, I think we'll make our way as well to the last position of the dogs.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
I think sometimes you need just to listen. So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
Well, still looking for any signs of a heartbeat, as we would say. It's definitely quieter this afternoon. Oh, what is this? Okay. There was... Oh, there we go. Hello. No, come back. We've got a very elusive bird. I can't tell from here if it's a red-crested coran or a black-bellied bustard. Fairly similar creatures. There it goes. Looks like a red-crested coran, rather. Don't know if you can see it right there. Nope, going behind the termite mound. Okay, well, that was that. Let's see if maybe they've gone back a little bit. There are a bunch of hornbills here. Maybe the hornbills will be a little bit friendlier in allowing us to film them. It seems like they've also found a nice spot. I don't know. Let me see. This one's here, maybe it's easier. There's two yellow-billed hornbills just foraging over here. Oh, there was a third one. Okay. Obviously not today. Oh, thanks for staying there. We appreciate it. You are about the only thing that we've seen that's been moving around. The red-crested coran is now crossing the road behind us. He's clearly not interested in being a TV sensation, not even for the species. At least we've got the hornbills that seem a little bit friendly, and they've probably seen us a lot more, so they're used to our antics and they just ignore us. So this one over there seems like it was just cleaning and perhaps sharpening its bill after coming down to the ground and foraging for a little while. There's, luckily Darren is quick on the camera, and there's a second one that was just now at the bottom and then also was busy eating. So I wonder if it's going to clean its beak again, but you can see they're quite fluffed up, so their down feathers are trying to capture or trap as much body heat as possible because it's a little bit cold today, so a lot of birds are looking puffier than what they normally do. And today I was having a good giggle because we were at the Tumbeta house and are you talking? Sorry. Oh, okay. And there was the biggest, puffiest crested barbet that I've ever seen in my entire life. It looked about 5 times the size of the normal barbet. It was very funny. I tried to take a photo, but it wouldn't let me. Now the hornbill is missing, but it's in there somewhere. Just looking for little insects, maybe grass seeds. Seems like all the birds have liked coming to feed on here. Alright, you guys are not that interested in letting us see what you're doing today, so we're gonna leave them and carry on our drive. I think perhaps head towards Sydney's dam. Maybe we'll be able to see something in there. Maybe Cara, maybe somebody coming back from Hornbill. Maybe somebody coming back from Manileti, maybe Tavangumi. Michael, I believe Jonty's on Torchwood, so we're only allowed 1 vehicle at a time on Torchwood. So I'm hoping he's following up either on Tlalamba, Maribs or Tandi. Last that Tlalamba was seen, she was moving into an area where unfortunately we have no signal with the cars. And she was hunting, so she could be pretty much anywhere by now, and there have no tracks or signs for her or any other leopard really this morning. Just for Shasha. And it seems like the only tracks were just before the rain, so he must have been moving deep into the night because we know it started raining at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm hoping she'll be around somewhere, and not only around, but in an area where we can get to her where there's good signal. We're gonna carry on our Bumble, see if we can find any tracks of anything, but we'll send you guys across to JP in the meantime.
We were just watching a pied kingfisher that caught a platana. Unfortunately, it was very, very quick, but in the same tree as it was landed, there's also a number of green woodhoopoes, and they're inspecting a hole at the bottom of that tree. It's possible that they are looking for a nest site. These are also one of the bird species which are cooperative breeders, where the dominant pair in the group will breed, and they're assisted by a number of other individuals to ensure the successful raising of the young. There's a number of things that I find particularly interesting about these birds, as they are incredibly noisy. We hear them often chat, 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 but there's a purpose behind that chat, and that is so that they can maintain group cohesion, share information about food, as well as potential dangers. This has lent to actually providing its African name of Shleka Bafazi, which means chattering old ladies. What I also find particularly interesting about these birds is that the males have slightly longer bills compared to that of the females. And the reason, therefore, is that they can feed at different depths when they're probing for insects and insect larvae underneath the bark. And therefore, because they can not compete directly with one another, they can actually work a smaller area and therefore defend a smaller area and spend less energy in defending a territory against the other group of green woodhoopoes. We also find that there's a particularly fascinating relationship between it and a bacteria, as we were talking about funguses and bacteria earlier on. And this bacteria actually lives in the preen gland, that little gland at the base of the tail, which excretes oil, which is used to keep feathers supple, as well as to waterproof birds. However, this creates a very strong, obnoxious smell, which is used as a chemical defense against potential predators, but also is deposited on their young to make them smell unpleasant and appear unpalatable. As said, therefore, it's believed that predators will leave them alone. Well, it seems if all our green woodhoopoes is now flown off, and they're not so relaxed as the predator that Jonty has on offer.
Thank you, JP. So we've come down to Tswalu Dam, and this large crocodile is just out on the bank sunning himself. Morgan and I were discussing how long we reckon he is. So Morgan said I can just go across the water and measure him. So we'll take a poll. Who wants to see me go across the water to measure the crocodile? But he is big. It's quite. I'm sure it's hard to tell on the screen, but he is a big crocodile. I don't know. I'd probably say maybe 3 or 3.5 meters long. That is a big crocodile for sure. And as the weather was this morning, I mean, it's still overcast, but it's warmer than it was this morning. So he's probably come out of the water just to try and get a little bit of heat into his body. Look at that thing. The animal that kills while it's smiling. Jason, according to a lot of books, they do, but it just slows down a lot. So like I was just looking now to see sort of what are the largest recorded sizes of sorry, I'm just watching the hippos. The largest sort of sizes recorded, it said there was one measured in Tanzania that was 6.45 meters long, and they estimated it to be around 100 years old. And so the average sort of size that you'd get, especially up at that part of the world, would be like maybe 4 meters or just over. But they say they don't normally live to that sort of age. They say average age is around 60. But like I said, it depends what books you read, because I have read some that say that they will reach 100 years. But a simple answer to your question, I think they do grow continually. It just slows down a lot as they get older. This hippo is making the most ridiculous noises. Sorry, FCU broke off there. No, unfortunately not. So sometimes, especially when you see these large sort of crocodiles, they might be missing a foot or a piece of the tail. I've even seen some that are missing a piece of their top or bottom jaw. No, it doesn't grow back. That would be a ridiculous skill to have, the regrowing limb. Well, that's the hippo that was making funny sounds. I wonder if guests staying at Chitwa have ever seen this crocodile catch something on the bank. We're just going to sit here a little bit longer and take in some of these sights, and then we'll probably carry on.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to andBeyond Phinda. We are just sitting here under a beautifully moody sky, listening to the white-breasted cormorants. It's just a really, really pretty afternoon. We've got some really interesting noises around us. One of them is the cormorants themselves. Sound a bit like turkeys.
Good afternoon,
sorry.
Looking to follow up on...
There they are over there. With them are some grey-headed gulls. And then we've also been listening to monkeys' alarm calls. We haven't been able to see what they are alarm calling at. But, yeah, we're going to go and follow up in a moment. I'm Kim, and behind camera we've got OD. Yeah, so we've got a lot of stuff to follow up on. There's lots of noise around us, which is pretty cool. Gives us a lot of options. And, yeah, we're going to see what the day has on offer for us. But these cormorants are quite an interesting one on Phinda. They are kind of seabirds as well as inland water birds. But here on Phinda, we're quite close to the ocean. And these white-breasted cormorants specifically they prefer fishing in the ocean. So they actually fly all the way to the ocean, which is about 30 to 40 kilometers. As the crow flies, or as the cormorant flies, and they go and fish there, and then they come back over here, and they nest in these in some of the trees around this watering hole, and then they'll regurgitate the fish that they've caught for their chicks, which by now should all be pretty much fully grown. Yeah, you can actually see all the nests in all those trees. Pretty cool scene, hey? But it is just quite interesting that, there's actually one, it looks like a youngster begging for food. But they're getting a bit big for that now. Yeah, and as the adult returns from their very long voyage, or pretty long voyage, the youngsters will hassle them for the food that they've brought back. And it's kind of, it's pretty amazing to watch, but it's also a little bit gross. The youngster will stick its head quite far down the adult's throat to receive the meal that has been so lovingly brought back from the ocean. They're meant to be perched in trees. And there's one swimming. So you won't really, they don't swim that much here, like maybe you'd see a reed cormorant or some of the other freshwater cormorants doing. Most of the time they're perched on the ground, as we've seen, or on these trees, and then flying off to the ocean and swimming and catching fish in the ocean. And how they would catch fish is just like how you see that one swimming around now. And then they would dive down under the water to catch the fish. But I think that we are going to move on from here, as beautiful as it is, and we are going to go and investigate what these monkeys were shouting about.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment we are watching a number of common Impala. And the subspecies that we have over here in southern Africa differs from the Namibian subspecies by having a light face and not a dark face. One that we find over there is referred to as a black-face Impala. What I do find quite interesting is if we watch these animals, some of them are now busy drinking, some of them are eating grass, and others is actually eating leaf material. So we find is that they can eat both grasses as well as leaf material, unlike many of the antelope species which will either only eat leaves or only eat grasses. Therefore, they can maintain a far better condition right throughout the year. And it's very seldom that we actually see impalas actually in a poor condition. We also see that they're one of the most successful of all antelope species within the Kruger National Park environment. And one of the other reasons why they're so successful is that they have a large number of young in a very short span. And this lessens the effect of predation on the population of those young animals. But lambing season is probably a month and a half or so away and normally starts here by late November. And it's fascinating to see the amount of predator interaction that we can expect with that specific time of the year. Anything from jackals as well as hyenas, lions, cheetahs, as well as birds of prey will predate on these young little lambs. Even baboons, we've noticed a few times, are actually tearing apart these young animals. What I also find particularly interesting is that we only have a single rutting season where the males will herd the females and mate with them, and a single lambing season. However, if you do go to East Africa and visit the Mara, you'll notice that there's actually 2 rutting seasons and 2 lambing seasons within a single year, due to the 2 distinct rainfall seasons that they have within a year period.
Well, we've got some beautiful skin that belongs to the biggest animal that we've got in this area, the African elephant. Seems maybe these are the same guys that Jonty had in the morning. It's a group of bachelors, although we can only see this one for the time being. There have been another 2 or 3 roughly just in this area. They've all taking it easy pretty much. They're all just having their afternoon snack or high tea before they start moving. Seems like they were moving west back towards Simambili, and we saw these, I suspect, the same guys a couple of days ago just at Simambili when we were going to the hyena den. So we shall see which way they go. For now, they're pretty relaxed. It's quite funny, there's a drongo pretty much underneath the elephant, just on the one blade of grass, waiting for the elephant to move and just eagerly waiting to catch any insects that might move once the elephant moves about. Although it's quite cold, if you look at the bottom parts of the elephant's stomach, it seems like they've been spraying some water at some stage. Or maybe they wouldn't still be wet from the rain from the morning, I don't think. Unless they went someplace and didn't tell us. And they've been really relaxed. We've just sort of parked here and he's carried on feeding, doing his thing. Seems like he's eating rather the tree trunk than the grass that is available. Seems like there are more nutrients available in the cambium layer of the trees than what there is in the grass now. So we've actually seen elephants feeding on trees or foraging more than grazing. Or at least that has been sort of my impression in the last couple of days. You see he's got a twig in his mouth and he's chewing very slowly though, almost savoring his meal, perhaps trying to make the best possible with the taste. Don't think things are tasting all that great now, but with the shower that we had this morning, it's very likely that things are going to become very green, especially where it rained a lot. As we were saying this morning, it seems like the rain was a bit more localized. It seems like there was a lot more in the eastern side than on the western side of the property, which is not unusual. So maybe in those areas where there's a fire break or where the fire break has been burned recently, I think that's where they might head. There will be lots of shoots for new grass and then new leaves for the new trees. Gonna keep company to this elephant who's savoring his meal, but we'll send you guys across to Kim at Phinda, who's doing some birding.
Welcome back. So I know that at the moment on your screens you do just have a lot of thorns, but behind those thorns, and I really do hope that he comes out again, is a really, really beautiful bird called an orange-breasted bushshrike. See him out in the open like this because they don't... Oh, there he is. Got him. Look how beautiful those colors are. You can obviously see why he's called that. Oh my gosh, he is coming to the party properly. And they're normally so shy. You hear them calling all the time. They've got a very loud call and very distinct call. But they often will stay hidden. And if you can notice, he's actually calling at the moment. That's him. He's doing it quite softly now. But, yeah, and, oh yeah, you can see him. Yeah, and he, if you notice, he's got quite a green back. So when he faces his back to us, blends in very well with all the leaves and trees, and that's often why you can't see him very well. He'll stay in the thick bush with his back to whoever's around so that he's difficult to see. But I mean, he's really just putting on a show. He's jumping all over the place. And when we first spotted him, he was actually really close to the road. And normally with birds, as soon as you stop next to them, they fly off, but not this guy. He's showing us his call and his...
Oh, that's cool.
And his call and his beautiful orange chest. Just nice to sit and listen to him calling as well. Yes, Wild Dog, I completely agree. They are... Oh, there you go. He's just flown. But wow, did he show us? He was really showing off. But yeah, beautiful, vibrant colours. Very lucky to have seen them. Like I said, you don't get to see them very often. So that was epic. That was really, really, really something. Very chuffed. And it was spotted by Chris in the back, who you'll be meeting soon. She's going to be a new guide on WildEarth. So yeah, you can look forward to some more vibrant colours and birding when she's on. But for now, we did investigate those monkeys like I said we were going to. It didn't come to anything. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any tracks or signs or anything that they were alarm calling at. So it might have just been like a kind of little dispute within the troop, or maybe a snake or something like that, something that we weren't able to see. But yeah, I think that we'll probably carry on with our bumble now. Maybe do a little bit more birding. And yeah, we'll just see what comes up. But for now, we are going to send you over to Marcus, who is also just bumbling around. Hopefully he bumps into something cool.
Yeah, welcome back to andBeyond Ngala. We are still on our bumble. And of course, I wish Kim can find me a Narina Tragan. I'll be very grateful. I'll take a Eastern Neketa while at it. But yeah, we are still hoping also to catch up with the dogs, but no sign of them in these areas anyway. No tracks, no nothing. But yeah, we are still looking hard. And not just for wild dogs, but for anything really that's interesting that we can share with the viewers. You know, I would personally even like to catch up with the Birmingham Pride, because it has been a good while, you know, since I last saw them. Coming back from leave and all that, so it will be quite nice to catch up with them to see what they got up to. It will be very lovely as well if we can find a leopard, because of course those are elusive if they want to. So yeah, amongst other animals, those are the ones that I would really love to share with our viewers. That's a very beautiful question, Aaron. Yes and no. There isn't a specific team tasked for that. However, the other guys in the reserve, are driving guests, and those ones will have trackers, which helps a great deal, especially if they do get tracks that they can follow, which most of the time they will lead to these animals. And of course we have found an animal to see right there. There he is, with his grass that he was dusting, for whatever it is that he wanted to eat, whether be it, soil, dust, or some insects for that matter, that will be stuck on the tree that he's feeding on. That's a lone bull. As you can see at that size, looks that big. And of course, most of this vegetation is dry now, as it is evident with that those grasses he's feeding on. But just look carefully at his tusks. Just look at the size difference there. And also you see the one, it looks like a bit more white on the tip than the other one that looks a little bit longer. So you can really tell that male's dominant tusk, is the right, or his right one, because that's the one that's short and also looks very white on the tip, meaning that he uses it occasionally than the other one. And then if you can look right on top of his head and also his back there, you'll see a little bit of different color. That one, which would be scent that is just sprayed on his back, probably even after, having a bath. For, some purposes, amongst others, which would be to use that as sunblock. But also, at a lesser extent, it does help also with the parasites that he might have, when he goes swallow in mud and then maybe get a stump or even a tree that he'll rub off against. But yeah, as you can see now, it's just concentrating on feeding. So he doesn't worry a lot about weather, because of course it's not as hot, so it is bearable for him, a very perfect weather there. And just see what it does with those grasses. And being dry grasses like this, of course, some of that grass, it's very, very dry, and then it can come off as easily when he's brushing it against the vegetation or even against himself there.
And I turned to Shaun and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Shaun probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We just found a tree squirrel's dinner table. And what we often find is that they will cache seeds and things for the later part of a year. We also see that sometimes they actually forget where they have actually hid it. So these are marula kernels that's been opened up, and the inside of that little nut has been eaten. And here we can see some of the little outer parts of that nut, which has been left behind by the tree squirrel. The reason why they do this is they're after that little nut that's in the inside, which is very rich in vitamin E, and it's also got a very high oil content. We also find that they're not the only individuals or animal species that like to open them. We also find humans like opening them. And one of the tribes of people that used to occur in this area, the ladies were given a small little metal instrument which they used to keep around their neck, which was specifically designed for opening that up. I particularly like these nuts, and they're particularly difficult to actually get out. It's also said in African culture that by giving a person these nuts, it's been taken out of the kernel, and it's one of the highest forms of appreciation of friendship. If we also keep on further on looking over here, there's little fecal pellets of these little tree squirrel. A few years ago, I still used to love Pro-Nutra, and that was the last time I ate Pro-Nutra was when a squirrel decided to climb into the box and start eating the Pro-Nutra. Unfortunately, he left me a few surprises inside there, and I wasn't aware of it until I made a breakfast that morning, added some hot water to the Pro-Nutra, ate in a hurry, and had this horrible bitter taste that was inside my mouth. Since that day, I've not been too fond of tree squirrels and neither too fond of Pro-Nutra. We also find that that nut that's in the inside has the high oil content, can be used for cosmetics. It's also sometimes used as miniature little candles to burn to produce light. The oil can also be rubbed on the skin, and it's also been used in modern day cosmetics. However, traditionally it was also used on dry and chapped skin to moisturize it. Well, we're going to move off and go and see what else we can go and find. As we move off, let's go and see what Ellie is up to.
Elephants not too much. We've carried on bumbling about just to see if there's anything around, maybe Galago, because Klalamba seems to like this area, maybe something on top of a termite mound, but it doesn't seem like there's too much around here. So we will just have to carry on looking for interesting things to show you guys. At this stage though, everything's looking pretty gloomy. I think all the creatures are keeping warm. somewhere we can't see them, or they're feeding just in between the grasses as we saw the hornbills earlier. So I suspect I'm gonna make my way towards Bushshrike Dam in that area, check there for any signs. There are some 2 trucks that go behind the dam, which I had forgotten about, but remembered them this morning. So I might want to go in there. I know Tingana used to hide there a while back and he liked that area, so I wonder if maybe Tlalamba is not making use of those same little hidey spots. So we're just gonna go over there and have a look. What is that on the tree there? I suspect nothing, but at this stage I am willing myself to see all sorts of creatures. Just the way the marula tree hangs, nothing particularly to worry about. Seems like Kim is doing a water hole run, and let's head over to her and see what she's found.
Yeah, Ali is somewhat right. We are kind of doing a bit of a waterhole run, but we just came to check here, and there was so much action, so that we just had to stop. All these beautiful waterbuck, there's crocodiles, there's hippos, but yeah, I mean, there's the hippos, very lazily sleeping with their heads propped up against one another. Sorry, there's an airplane flying over, if you can hear that. It shall be gone soon. But again, I mean, like, I've just been loving the noises from this afternoon. There's the, bubbling from the hippos, snorting. You can still hear the cormorants. Obviously right on cue. Thanks, guys. And just all the birds. Really is a beautiful very frustrating that I'm talking about the sound and we've got an airplane flying over. I'm sorry. Yeah, but we've got that massive crocodile. He's not making any noise, just sitting there, fat and big and lazy. What's that behind him? Yeah, some darters. Darters and white-breasted cormorants, and I think, looks like a reed cormorant there as well. Patty, that is a very good question. I wouldn't say that they get along, but I would say that they have a pretty harmonious relationship. I think that crocodiles know that if they were to try and attack, say, a young calf, there are a lot of very big, heavy, aggressive family members who would trample it to death. So he would avoid that situation. And yeah, so I would say that they probably just kind of avoid one another, or just live in harmony. Because, yeah, I wouldn't say avoid, actually. I've seen them all quite close together, and obviously you can see this watering hole's not massive, and they do share it. So, yeah, I don't think that, I wouldn't say get along, but I would say that they do just live in harmony with one another. I'm sure there have been some freak incidences where maybe a crocodile would attack a young calf if, say, the cow had taken the calf away from the pod, which they do sometimes do. But still, I think that it would be a wise decision for the crocodile to not do that. Even just one-on-one, I think a hippo would have the upper hand. Just has to step on it and then game over. There's a little grebe there swimming past the hippos. And there's some black-winged stilts as well on the Martha, that crocodile has just, its tail's just kind of bent round to the side. I don't know if you can really see on the screen, but it's just kind of like, it's actually facing, so the tip of it is facing towards us, so it's just like curled round, if that makes sense. So it's not actually shorter. But I mean, that is something that could be a possibility. I can't say that I've seen a crocodile with a short tail, but when crocodiles are very young, they do have quite a lot of enemies, or some beautiful little African paradise flycatcher just flew across, but he's disappeared already. A waterbuck running across as well. Sorry, there's so much action, I keep getting distracted by all the stuff that's going on. But yeah, like I was saying, they do have quite a lot of enemies when they are young, and it is possible, or would be possible, that one of those might have bitten a tail off at some point and they don't grow back. It's not like a lizard, or a gecko. They would just have to live a short-tailed life, sadly for them. I can see the, oh no, sorry, I could see the flycatcher. It was sitting out in the open, getting greedy with our vibrantly coloured birds now that bushshrike was so good to us.
Sandpiper, I think.
There's, oh yeah, I can see a little, looks like a common sandpiper in the screen. It's a little bit far to tell, but if you look at, I'm trying to get in my binoculars showing us its bum, but the way you tell if it's a common sandpiper, which, like I said, I think it is that it's, so if you can see, it's got like a white belly. That white belly will kind of strap up over its shoulder a little bit. Most of the other sandpipers don't have that. It just ends at the belly and at the wing. It doesn't go further up the shoulder. But it's a little bit too far to tell.
Actually, 3 of them.
And there's also that black-winged stilt in the background, which I love. They're beautiful birds. You can see it's got extremely long legs, and they're the bird with the longest leg in proportion to body in the world, which is a pretty cool fact. Yeah, I don't know. I think that we might stay here for a little bit longer. There's so much action and so much to see. Yeah, I think we might just wait around for a little bit and see what else comes up.
Yeah, welcome back to Ngala. So we are now in this area here that has got a lot of these mopane trees that you can see on the side here. Let me just stop close to this tree. So this is a mopane tree. As you can see, just look at the shape of that leaf, and really, other than a spore of an animal, you can also say it looks like a butterfly, which is actually what mopane means, a butterfly, from a language spoken in Zimbabwe called Shona, where these trees also occur in their large numbers. And of course, there is a special vegetation in our area here, because I think it will be fair to say this is as far south as these mopane trees can grow here at Ngala. And as you can see, they still have got their leaves, or most of their leaves, much as some of them are dry like that. But another beautiful thing about a mopane leaf, it's that even if the leaf is that dry, it still has got like 40% of its nutrients intact. And hence, at the dry season like this, you usually get a lot more elephants in mopane thickets than any other animal, really, for those leaves, but also for the bark that the elephants would go for. well, not a lot of these ruminant animals, the ones with full stomach chamber, goes for a mopane tree because, of course, it has got a high tannin content which can be deadly if they consume that in large numbers or in large quantities. So that is actually quite a beautiful tree that you can find at Ngala, which is quite nice to see.
Welcome back. Like I said, we were going to stick around, and we have. Oh, do you see the little? That was one of the younger hippos, just a little yawn, practicing what he sees. Yeah, and as it all starts cooling down, not that it's been a very warm day, but as it cools down, as it starts to get a bit closer to night time, they will start to get a little bit more active. So that's what we're hearing, those few kind of snorts and bellows, moving around, yawning. That'll all happen just before they're about to leave the water to go and graze for the night. Some waterbuck right across the water as well. Looks like some cattle egrets around them. Yeah. Just pretty cool how everything's so connected like that. All the birds kind of feeding off one another. I don't know if you remember earlier, we had that little grebe that was quite close to the hippos, and they'll benefit from that as well. The hippos will obviously churn up little bits and pieces from the bottom of the watering hole that the little grebes will feed on, and it's pretty much the same as what those cattle egrets are doing there with the waterbuck. Those waterbuck moving around, they will flush up little insects that the egrets will feed on. It's just such a cool little relationship. Also imagine how yummy those reeds that they're eating are. At the moment it's quite dry and Phinda, so all the grass is very dry and looks pretty tasteless and not very enjoyable or nutritious. Oops, something gave them a spook. That was weird. Nice of them to all turn around to show us those white marks on their bums. No, Tammy, they're pretty much the same colour from birth, as far as I know. I've seen very little ones that are just the same colour as the adults. They do seem to be a lot fluffier, which is the case with most baby animals, but no, not a different colour. And I'm sure you're asking. Yeah, I'm sure it's a very educated question. I just say that because I feel like you probably know that quite a lot of young animals are different colours to their parents, and that's to camouflage them from predators. I don't know, we know that wildebeest are a slightly different colour, buffalo calves are a lot kind of a more light brown. Those animals can lie down and look like, basically like a termite mound.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still, on our quest, hopefully, to catch up with the dogs from yesterday for these who have joined. And of course, we came across those impalas that you can see on the screen there. There are some Kudus also in this area here, just that you can't see them now. And of course, it is quite windy at Ngala at the moment, and hence, as you can see, those impalas. Oh, there's one Kudu there. So that preferably will be a preferred habitat for the kudu, not necessarily that for the impalas, as those ones will prefer, open areas. But because of this wind, those impalas also have, went into those thickets just to remain protected. And as for the association with those kudu there, well, I think it's still, safety in numbers. Of course, they will have more eyes looking out for predators. And also because they are not really competing as far as food is concerned, well, an impala has got advantage because they can graze as well as browse. But with the kudu, they'll just go for the leaves, which means they will just browse. And it looks like they're just walking away from us. And of course, there is no alarming from these animals, as that is what they will do if there was a predator close by here that they can see or even smell. They will give those alarm calls. Sometimes do that while, making an escape. Well, it will always depend, because sometimes they will alarm, but looking at the threat, which is the predator that will be around, because as long as they've got it on site, or you can see those gray go-away birds also on top of the tree. There you go. Yeah, so from here I think we'll keep on bumbling, and in the meantime we are going to send you over to Ali, who has got her own bedding to do.
Well, we came across a batalier, and then we've just decided to spend some time looking into it, see what it's doing. I think for now it's just grooming. Seems to be a male, if I'm not mistaken, as I cannot see the white trailing edge on the wings. And I mean, it could be a headless batalier, a brand new species. I think he is just cleaning its feathers. Birds have a gland on the back of their body called the preening gland that secretes an oil. And not at these times of the day, but generally if you find them sunning in the morning, they'll just sort of try to position so that the oil that is produced by this gland starts becoming almost a little bit more liquid, because sometimes it gets a bit flaky when it's cold. And then they use this oil to preen to clean their wings and then just or their feathers and keep them in tip-top condition. I thought maybe this was the case of what he was doing, but might be struggling to get all that oil. So I think it's just reaccommodating his feathers. These are some of my favorite birds out here. They're very beautiful. And they always look like their feathers are all over the show, almost like somebody who doesn't have their hair quite right all the time. And I feel you. I feel very much like that most of the time. It's just hitting its head again. Pretty sure that's what's happening. It's been just readjusting its feathers and cleaning them. It's been quite windy, so I'm pretty sure things have been thrown into places where maybe they shouldn't be going to. And it takes a bit of effort to keep all the feathers in line. Now this is basically, or this looks more like what we're looking at. We're just looking at the batalier with our binoculars, and it seems like there are maybe a couple more of them. I see there's one. Yep, right over there's a second one, and I thought I saw a third one, so maybe it was a juvenile. And it's quite funny. I don't know if perhaps you can notice that dash of blue just to the right of the batalier. There's a lilac-breasted roller that's also perching there. I wonder where the third one went off to. It's been somewhat quiet in terms of birds. It got very cold again this afternoon. Douglas, it was a very pretty shot when we were Well, both of them. Having a look at this Battalion here and then just the wide shot of just the sky, the dead tree, and thereafter. Pretty shot when we were, well, both of them. Having a look at this Battalion here and then just the wide shot of just the sky, the dead tree, and thereafter. Pardon? There's a third one. Oh, look at it. There we go. We've got three, but that one is hiding in between the trees, so I can't see if it's got the adult plumage or this is perhaps just a youngster that is in the tree. I think maybe what we'll try to do is perhaps approach a little bit, see if it's got its proper feathers, its proper adult bird coloration, or if it's got just brown feathers. Battaliers take a long time to get their feathers. Some of them go 8 years, just to make sure they're old enough to then start fighting territorial mating. Right, not right. Much like the lion vein.
RSA has a long history, over 90 years, of being involved and even pioneering aspects of the conservation sector in South Africa. Over that long history, we have realized that all of the issues that we are facing both locally and globally are due to human impact. Therefore, we need to concentrate on working with people, and that is what WESA does. What makes me passionate about the work that we do at WESA, and in particular the work that I engage in, is actually connecting with people. Currently the work that I'm working on is working with youth in a skills development program, and just to meet the youth and to hear their stories and to bring them opportunities that we hope will have some impact on their lives really fuels me to get up every morning. A huge shout out to the women that I work with, as well as to all the women that are contributing hugely within the environmental sector, both in South Africa and in the world.
We're here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Are now doing the Hales halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
Welcome back. We decided to come and check on the hyena den. And as you can see, we have not been disappointed. Cute. They are seeming a little bit lazy, I feel like. It seems that they've just woken up. Still coming out of their sleep mode. Here comes number 3. Hopefully to cause some trouble and excitement. He looks like he is up to something. Maybe finding something to chew on. Hyena cubs are very similar to just a puppy, you could say, and they're often finding little bits of stick or pieces of wood or old bones to chew on and entertain themselves when they're not chewing on each other. Yeah, so with this little group here, it's made up of 2 litters, actually. It's 2 older ones and then 1 kind of younger one. I think that the one, I'm just trying to work it out because they are starting to become quite similar in size. Yeah, I think that one that was in the trees, or one on the right that's giving himself a scratch, that one's the younger one. We did see some movement through the trees earlier, and it looks like that one's gone off to go and investigate. I think it was an adult. Hopefully they don't all disappear behind that veil of tambuti trees. That one's really got an itch. Yeah, and it's quite difficult to tell whether they are males or females throughout their life, but even more so at the moment when they're so young. But we suspect that the youngest one is a female, and then the other 2 is male and female. But Lauren, you are right, they do have a lovely den here. And that's just one of the many though. If we'll zoom out in a second and just show you how many there actually are around here. Oh, there's a squirrel. Sorry, I got so excited. No, he's gone, it's gone. Is it? Sorry, I can't keep my mind on one single thing today, but it's just very exciting because we've got this little squirrel on Phinda, which is actually endemic to the area, which means you don't get it in very many other places. Well, you don't get it anywhere else, except for maybe a little bit of southern Mozambique. It's called the Tonga red squirrel, and I haven't seen one in ages, but it has... There's another one. Sorry, Odie. Demanding quite a lot of you. Can you see it?
Okay,
I can't see where you just look with your naked eye. See it in this like leafless tree here. It's just nibbling on something.
I think it's behind these tambutis.
Oh no.
I'm sure.
There he is. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Sorry, the hyenas are not going anywhere, so we'll see. Disappeared. Oh. Wow. Okay, well, I'm glad we got to see him briefly. That was very, very exciting. I haven't seen one of those in a very, very long time. That was really, really, really cool. But Lauren, sorry, back to your comment. But yeah, there are, as you can see, quite a lot of dens here, which makes this a perfect spot for them, because when they're kind of out and about playing around, they are always close to safety, so they can kind of move around quite a bit without straying too far from the safety of a burrow. And quite a lot of these burrows are actually interleading, so you'll see them pop down one and pop out another, which is quite cool. Oh no. Okay, well, I think that they've all... Oh, there you go. Perfect example of what they do when they feel like they're in danger. I think we're going to sit with these guys for a little while longer, but we're going to send you over to JP on his bushwalk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. The plant that we are looking at for the moment is known as a mother-in-law's tongue. And normally you'll notice that it's got a very sharp tip right to the edge. We probably don't need to explain why it's called the mother-in-law's tongue, as most of you already know why, especially those that have received a lashing in a pot. This plant actually has quite a large amount of different practical applications when it comes to survival, as well as for the use of medical uses out in the field. And one of those is if you do have a sore ear or earache, they'll warm these leaves up and squeeze that warm liquid into your ear to get rid of that earache. Another interesting function or use for this plant is actually to dig up the roots, which holds a large amount of water. We can also make rope from it. Here you can see that it's got long linear veins over here, unlike those of dicotyledon plants, which has got a network of veins. Quite often, if you strip the outer layer of that off, you then can start making a rope by rolling these little pieces over your leg. and eventually you can plait it into longer pieces and splice it as what you need for different lengths. We also quite often find that bird species such as weavers will also tear off little pieces of this and incorporate that into their nest. Some of the weaver species which we get out here, which I find particularly fascinating, is that a village weaver. And these guys will start building their nest very soon. And once they've successfully completed the nest, they'll start displaying directly underneath the nest to attract the female's attention. If that female is happy with the nest that has been built, she will mate with the male, and then she will lay the eggs inside. The male will simply move on and go and look for a next mate again. However, if the nest is not of a satisfactory nature, that male will tear it down and eventually start over from scratch until he's successful with building appropriate nests, which will attract a potential mate. We're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find.
Well, we've carried on spending our time with battaliers. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word for a second there. And I'm a little bit puzzled by what we're looking at, because these are territorial birds, and generally we would find them in pairs of opposite sex. Now, judging by the plumage, unless I'm missing something here, they seem to be pretty much the same. And because they don't have that white pattern on it, I don't think either one of them is a female. Interesting. So if you guys were to turn around and perhaps give us a bit of a sideways look, that would be great to be able to assess what's actually going on. I'm not too sure if battaliers are somewhat more sociable than some of the other eagles, but in general, whenever I've seen them together, it's the youngsters and the adults, and either the pairs. So all of the ones that we've seen around here, well, actually, no, I lie. The one that we saw in the tree earlier on, I can see some white in her wings. So I wonder if perhaps this is not the offspring that they've had. These two, so one of them would be an offspring, and then the one up there in this tree, she seems to be a female. She's got a little bit of white under her wing, as you can see there, and that's the distinction between the males and the females. So there's no particular aggression between the other two that we were looking at. So I wonder if perhaps this is not a case of a family, the mother or the female, the male, and then the youngster that's not so young anymore and probably just coming or just come into its adult plumage. It's a bit of a mystery. If anybody knows a little bit more about battaliers in particular, and if they are more sociable than none, it would be wonderful if you could just send us the information. Justin, they're quite a colorful raptor. I mean, we are seeing maybe 4 different colors: the black, the chestnut on the back, the gray, and then the red legs and the red, well, beaks if they were to turn around, or leg. But unfortunately, there's no ways that we can get into the other side of the road and then just have a frontal look at them. So we're gonna have to carry around here. But yeah, they're fairly colorful, potentially the most colorful one that we get around in this area. I cannot think of any others that are more colorful than battaliers. They're very puzzled looking at one another. I wonder what's going on in their minds. What kind of conversation they're having. Maybe they're sizing each other up. Because in general, when birds fight for territory, they do it up in the air. And most times you'll see that they'll cartwheel, sort of fall, and then the one attacks and then the other one flips on its back and shows their talons. But there's no aggression whatsoever going on around here. So that's why I'm inclined then perhaps to think that they're related. As I said, I don't know much about the sociability of male battaliers, but if anyone knows of any information or has an insight, please feel free to send it using, any social media tab. It would be interesting to find out what is actually happening.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Welcome back. You are back just in time for these guys getting playful. And we've just been having a discussion about who we think is who in terms of which one we think is the males or females. And we think that this one closest to us is the male. He's a little bit smaller than the other two, and even maybe a bit smaller than the one that is now younger than him. But you can also see that the other two are they do gang up on him a little bit, which is what leads us to believe that that they are the females and he's the male. You can see that one on the left-hand side now is a lot darker than the other two, so we know that that's the younger one. But you can see the one in the middle is quite small, especially in comparison to the one on the right-hand side. Even though it is a little bit of bullying, it is just playful fun. And it's pretty important for them to establish like a little bit of a hierarchy, even just in this little group of 3. There we go. There's one's got him by the tail and the other's got him by the head. I shall smother you. Owie. Look, saw the way they grab each other by the cheeks like that. Ow. It's really got hold of him on his head. Susie, no, they're not necessarily forced out, but they will always be ow, that looks so sore. Just got him by the skin of his head. They'll often actually just choose to leave. So, in a hyena clan, it's a very kind of complex social structure. The females will always be more dominant than the males, but the males, are they also have their own hierarchy. And certain males will be more dominant than certain females, but they're all these different levels. No one can be equal. They all slot into a hierarchy. But lots of the males will not breed within their own clan, or they might do, but then they will be, very low down on the ranking. So quite a lot of males will actually leave their clan, and by leaving and going in search of a different clan, they have a far better chance of entering that clan much higher up in the hierarchy, because obviously it's more important for kind of external male to come into a clan and breed to bring in those new genetics. So yeah, I think depending on the level at which that male hyena is, he will choose whether to stay in the clan or leave the clan. Lincoln, it's very interesting that you asked that question. The answer, quickly, is no. I have never seen hyenas hunting, but I really, really, really would like to. I think it must be amazing. But the reason I say that's an interesting question is just because the hyenas here on Phinda actually predominantly hunt. They don't necessarily scavenge as much as they would on other reserves. The reason for that is that there are just less of them. So coming across scraps and the kills of other animals is a little bit more challenging because there aren't as many hyenas patrolling the whole area, so they are forced to actually just make their own food. But I can imagine it's a really, really amazing thing. Oh, we've got a little curious one here. Look how, boldly he walks up to us. It's so funny. Oh, hello. And I think this is the youngster as well. Very young and curious. How beautiful and big are those ears and eyes. The older two drawing courage from the younger family member. Just looking at me thinking, where is this noise coming from? Look how big his paws are as well. Oh my gosh, I feel like she's staring into my soul. It's quite interesting because normally when they come, they're very interested in the tires. Oh, and there you go, not so brave anymore. And that's an example of what they would do when danger comes. I don't know if they maybe heard something. I was staying very, very still, but anyway, that was amazing. That was really, really, really cool. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to rush off anyway. I think that we're going to stick around for a while. This is very, very cool.
Oh, it seems like it's a hyena day all around, and the little ones are definitely really entertaining to watch, especially when there's a couple of them. We have stopped because we have a kudu that's really interested in looking at something, and she seems quite alert. She is facing into a drainage line, and it's a drainage line that it's a bit complicated to navigate, but I think it's the one also where Tlalamba was born into. So we're just going to stick around and wait a little bit longer, see if the kudu perhaps can give us an indication of what she's looking at. As you see, both ears are facing that way, her face is facing that way, the other one not too bothered. But I wonder, maybe she spotted or she sniffed something or she heard something that was just out of the ordinary. And she's not even feeding. Oh, okay, you're back to feeding. Never mind. False alarm. Perhaps it was looking at the Impala that's gonna photobomb the shot. There we go. Maybe it was at a certain distance and it could see the Impala moving. And that's why it stopped. Often when the kudu are together, if there's one that's looking into the distance and it spots something, then they'll give an alarm call, which in the case of a kudu sounds like a very loud bark, and it'll explain or it'll advertise to all of the other kudu in the area or that are here in part of this herd that there's a predator and something that they potentially need to look out for. So when they do this and you'll see a bark, then all of them will very quickly move off the area and then just go somewhere else. And the bark serves a purpose of letting the predator know it's been spotted, because more often than not the predator, when they'll just leave them alone, move off the area and try to hunt perhaps a different prey species of a different group altogether. Now the other one is also facing in that direction. I just think more than anything it's likely the wind that is annoying them, but we've got the two of them facing in there, so maybe we'll just go back, see what's happening in there. Just gonna want to wait, because if they bark, we know that there's something in there that they don't like.
So we've been very lucky. We're just below the Djuma Dam wall. We bumped into a small group of elephants. This is regular trunk, the regular trunk female. Short trunk is just behind us a little bit. Oh, sorry. She's behind us a little bit, and what we're really hoping is that they're going to go up and drink from the dam. But of course they only do things at elephant speed. That's cute. There was a bit of tummy rumbling going on between these two. It's one of my favorite sounds. And sometimes that sound is followed by a bit of flatulence. Frankie, I always hope that they will, but no, I don't think I'm fluent in elephant, unfortunately. I've seen sometimes where they will sort of pause and look back at me, but I don't know if it's just because they think I'm just making a weird sound. But no, I've not had one. I've sometimes done it where, in certain times where they might have been quite agitated around the vehicle, and then I've kind of just done that sound and tried to, I don't know, emit a calm sound, and it has seemed to help calm the situation down. But no, I don't think they would respond. It would be amazing if they did. Desmond, they do. Sorry, my foot just fell off of the car. Lions, if you get a large pride of lions, they can take down larger elephants. It's not very common, but it does happen. And this elephant is sort of in front of us, that sort of size, a group of lions could take down quite easily. The thing that the defense is obviously the adults, so they'd have to find to be the unusual case where they could single out a young calf and keep it away from the rest of the herd, because the rest of the herd would be very, very aggressive at protecting it. I'm just going to drive while I talk. Morgan, can we go down in there? I'm going to try and get us in front of them. But there's also been incidents where a friend of mine saw it. I mean, it must have been horrendous, but a male leopard killed a very young elephant calf, and he actually saw that. I don't know how cool that would have been to see at all. But I'd say that would be quite rare. Others might come behind us here. Just going to go tuck us in the side of the bank here, or stall the car. Yeah, so typically it would only be lions, and would be very rare, sort of much rarer to see them take an adult elephant. And then that incident of the leopard taking a young calf. I imagine hyenas could probably also take down a young calf. But there have been some video clips that have gone viral where a crocodile tried to catch it. It caught an elephant by the trunk. That was a bad day for the crocodile. It ended very badly for it, and the elephant got away. We're going to stay and watch these elephants. You're going to head over to Kim. The hyena cubs have got active.
Welcome back. We still here? They're now fighting over what looks like maybe a shoulder bone or scapula. It's quite funny, I've just noticed, but this one closest to us looks, when he puts his head around again, he's got a whole lot of gob and saliva all over his head from where his siblings have been chewing on him. And this little busybody over here, the most curious one who came right up to us, looks like he's, or she, is trying to sort out a burrow. She disappeared down there and we just were seeing these little puffs of dirt coming up right under where she is. She's probably trying to make another little safety hole for them to disappear down when they hear something coming. Because it's quite interesting, but most of these burrows will be abandoned aardvark burrows, and then the adults will adapt them to their needs, so there'll be like a little shelf in there so that when it rains, the cubs can go up on a little shelf and be wet, like a little platform. And then on top of that, the cubs will further adapt the holes by digging little tunnels into the back of them. Kind of little places where only they can reach, so that if something does come, then they can scoot all the way down there into the back of the tunnel and nothing else will be able to reach them there. So they're kind of forever adapting and changing these burrows. You can see that's what they're doing over there, I think. There you go, doing a bit of digging. Sweet. I really want one of these other ones to come and be brave. But it's quite interesting because it does seem like the smallest of the lot is the ringleader, deciding when they want to come and see. Come and see us, or when they should shoot back into their burrows. And that might be a clue also as to where she stands in the hierarchy, or where her mother stands in the hierarchy. It could be that her mother is kind of a higher member than the other two's mother. There you go, here's with the puffs of dust. Out they come as the one in there is digging away. There you go. I wonder if they're trying to link that one up with one of the other escape routes. And I mean, that other one just chewing on the bone. Oh, Erica, it is so funny you say that, because I was literally about to comment on that. And the answer to the question is yes, although it looks like there's absolutely nothing to gain from that. Bones have a lot of calcium, and just by that little one chewing and sucking on that bone, she'll be gaining that nutrients and those minerals from the bone. And hyenas and predators are not the only animals that will actually do this with bones. There are a number of herbivores like kudu, nyalas, impalas, giraffe that will also actually chew and suck on old bones for exactly the same reason, just to gain that calcium. So even though it looks very unappetizing and very dirty, it is actually beneficial. But I think that we're probably going to leave these guys. There are some other people who want to come and have a look, and we've been quite lucky to have them right up close. But we're going to go and see what else the afternoon has to offer us.
Hi, we are Yaku and Malani. We are from Gauteng in South Africa. We started watching WildEarth last year during the level 5 lockdown, and we've been watching ever since.
Being in nature is one of the greatest feelings. We absolutely love it. Our favorite thing about WildEarth is that the concept is so amazing. We have the benefit of having a wildlife safari in the comfort of your home, especially when you're not allowed to go out. Being part of the Wildlife Explorer program gives us a sense of giving back and contributing to nature. It just makes us feel good because we love it so much. We are so excited to be visiting Ngala. It is obviously, I think for most people, an absolute dream to visit the Masai Mara. We can't wait to go.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and it was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton, he's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his Aussie cones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go.
We were rewarded. We stayed with them. We managed to loop around. And these elephants were just drinking. Now they're thinking about what their next move is. It looks quite cool with the reflection in the water. I just want to see if they do move away from the water's edge. I'll reverse because the rest of the group is behind us on the bottom side or the downside of the dam wall. That white thing. Oh no. Once this elephant's gone past, there's like a white thing on the ground. I'm going to have to go pick it up. It looks like a roll of string. That's a bit bizarre. But I'll wait for them to move and then I'll go and grab that. They're doing some synchronized leg swinging. Oh. They are fantastic creatures. I saw a friend of mine put up a post today or in a post he sent me a video, he was walking in Pafuri. And I don't know, they must have seen a herd of 40 or 50 elephants, it looked like, all drinking and moving through the forest there. An unbelievable scene. Look a shame, the little one had to go like almost onto his wrist. I'm going to reverse back while those ones move away. Might actually be tricky. It's okay, girl. It's a very different perspective, being above an elephant. Oh. Their eyes are so amazing. Incredible if you watch how she's shredding. Whoa. Mark, I think when they break like the tip, like that, I don't think it's too bad. But when they break it closer to the base, then I think it will be painful. I was just going to say, it's amazing how she's stripping these green leaves off of this acacia. I don't know if you can hear it, but we can hear the thorns sort of scratching against her skin. And the calf is also trying to suckle again. So I don't know if she's got her arm or her front leg is forward so that it's got access, but I don't know if she's going to let it suckle. So we might hear it scream again. But sometimes with their teeth, there was an incident in a reserve in northern Zululand where an elephant caught its tusk on the roof of a car and then rolled the vehicle and then sort of calmed down and walked away. And sort of the weeks following that was very, very irritable. And shame, he actually ended up getting put down. And when they sort of, oh, there's a hyena, that's very cool. When they looked, they did like an autopsy to try to figure out what was wrong. They found that he had a huge abscess at the base of his tusk. And so when he had obviously caught his tusk on the car, the pain at the abscess was almost like a, I don't know, do you know, like when you stub your toe, I'll just move back a bit, Morgan. When you stub your toe, you literally want to tear something apart. Actually, I'm going to stay here. The hyena might walk into... oh no, change direction. Yeah, like when you stub your toe, you get this rage that comes over you, and that's why he rolled the car. It was just unfortunate that that's what led to him being put down. Look at that hyena, it's sniffing. I like seeing hyenas when they look like they're potentially following the trail of something. Look how curious the hyena is. Simon, I don't think they even knew it was there, to be honest. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't think these elephants even knew that hyena was there. If the mom knew it was there, she might have chased it away. But in that sort of instance, I don't. There we go. The T-Rex.
One of our drinks on the rooms.
It is amazing when they're feeding like that, they've got their heads in the middle of a bush. Like if you're walking, you can get away with a lot sometimes because they're so focused on what they're doing. I'm just watching that hyena. It's popped out now. It's quite far away, but it still looks, it almost looks like it's up to something. Morgan and I were chatting earlier, saying because of the weather conditions we had, especially last night and very early this morning with the rain and the wind, we think the fact that we're not seeing leopard tracks anywhere because they've probably caught something and are busy happily eating it. And sometimes by following those, and now he looks like he's just cruising. But I really want these elephants to come up and over the wall so we can see them drinking. There's a brown-hooded kingfisher behaving like a drongo. It's interesting that the other two have just cruised off and left them here. Well, sometimes they suckle, you'll actually see even when the mom's got the next calf, you'll see like a 4 or 5 year old trying to suckle, and by that stage it's actually a bit too late. But I'm actually just going to double check in my notes here because I must say I can't remember the exact age that they normally weaned. Let me see here. Yeah, so some of the stuff I've got here that says they can suckle up to 6 years old, but I don't know. For me, that seems quite old. I would have thought it would have been sort of closer to 4, between 3 and 4. But I'll do a bit more research and see. So as it gets older, the sort of distance between them will get a little bit greater. You'll see when a calf's newborn, it won't go very long at all without touching the mom or the mom touching it. And as they get older and get more and more reliant on natural foliage rather than milk, that gap, it's almost like a natural movement. And then when the mom does calf again, at that point then she will sort of not push it away, like to get out of the herd, but will just not allow it to come and try suckle anymore. We're just going to stay enjoying the company of these elephants.
While Jonty was out looking for elephants, we also wanted to find some. However, our elephants has moved off. So what we're going to do is we're just going to put the camera on the dam and allow you to enjoy the peace and quiet of the surroundings.
We are still here with these elephants. So just going back to that, how long will they suckle for? A lot of it, I think, is also based on the tusk growth, because when the calf lifts its head to suckle, obviously as the tusks get longer they will prod the mom. So a lot of the books and websites and that will say that normally by 5 years of age the tusks are sort of prominent enough that that's almost like what it's timed for. That's when they'll stop drinking milk, is when the tusks get to that sort of length. But it is interesting because some of the tusks grow faster than others. Oh, there's a white-bellied sunbird. Do you see? If you go and zoom into those, oh no, don't tell me it just flew away. It did. That's amazing. Oh, no, I can still see it. If you zoom in slowly to that like white stick. Yeah, keep going. It's in the middle of the... It just flew away. I love it when birds do that. But it played a short little cameo role there. Ooh, now old short trunk is eating a buffalo thorn, which has got those curved, hooked thorns. I hope she's going to loop around. I think it could, as long as it was still around the herd. So say if its mother for whatever reason died, I think it would be able to, because it would be able to follow the rest of the herd. If it was separated and by itself, then I think its chances of surviving would be much lower. Just based on, the adult elephants they've got the sort of memory of the watering holes and the roots and the paths that they've sort of learnt over their whole lives. At 5 years old, it wouldn't have any of that knowledge. And if it wasn't with the herd, obviously it wouldn't be able to follow them on those routes between those feeding and watering areas. I'm just going to reverse a little bit to get a better view. And then obviously if it was by itself, then it would become a target for lions and potentially hyenas. I'm actually going to go all the way back. I think she's going to come up here and go and drink. Now that I've said that, she just changed her tact. Let me move my head out of the way. So see, hopefully she'll come right up in front of us. You can see the other elephant is on the road walking towards us. Richard, no, not very often. Every now and again you might find a piece of chipped tusk or something like that, but I've only ever found that once. And that's a tusk that might be broken off from fighting or breaking a branch or something like that. But the actual teeth, I suppose you'd only find them if you found the whole skull. Maybe over time, I'm sure there are some guides who have potentially found teeth on their travels, but it's certainly not a thing you see every day. It is interesting when you do get to see the teeth, like from it, is how big they are. They're enormous things.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we have moved away from the eastern part of the property. As you can see, now we're on another water body that's in the western part of the property. So for those who are familiar with this waterhole, this is Leopard Dam. And of course, with those resident hippos that you saw at a distance there. But other than that, it also looks peaceful and very tranquil. Of course, on our way in, there were some beautiful pair of
Welcome back to Phinda, and look what we have found. Well, I can't take credit for it. It wasn't me. But, yeah, how cool is this? We have had an awesome, awesome, awesome day. Just going to do some scent marking there. Oh. Oh, beautiful. How beautiful are her markings. Wowee. Look at those whiskers as well. The fact that you can see them from all the way out here is just shows how long they are. See how as she walks past some bushes, she'll even just rub her face up against it just to get that scent of her all over the place. I'm going to see if we can get another view. The grass is getting quite thick up there. Don't want to drive kind of right at her. There she is. Sorry, I'm just going to carry on going for a little bit because I just want to get past these big tufts of grass that are in her way. There she is. Such a beautiful contrast between, well, not contrast at all, actually, sorry. Nice, kind of seeing her colour against the colour of the grass. You can just see how she would just blend right in. And that beautiful white tip on her tail. Wow, she is going straight up to, oh, how's the flick of that tail? A little bit more of a scent mark, but she is going into quite a difficult place. If she goes up this mountain, it's quite difficult to follow. And she does look like she's on a bit of a territorial patrol. Just because of the way she's walking and scent marking. Sticking to a set path, not moving around too much, or moving kind of on and off or zigzagging. Yeah, it gets a bit rocky here, so I'm just going to get onto the road. Okay, we are going to try and stick with her for a little bit longer, but for now we will send you over to JP on his bushwalk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're listening to the sounds of branches breaking in the distance as elephants are slightly coming closer. However, they're in a thick drainage line and we can't see them as yet. But we're going to stay here and wait for them to come out. In the meanwhile, we're just going to focus on the nest of a red-billed buffalo weaver. You can see there's a few of the birds returning. As mentioned earlier, these are social bird species, often breeding cooperatively, where a dominant pair will be responsible for the breeding and the remainder will be assisting with raising the young. So for those of you who are interested in the Mara expedition that's coming up very soon, you'll be able to see these very same red-billed weavers also in East Africa. There's also a number of other species which you can find there, which is also known as a white-billed buffalo weaver, and my all-time favorite, which is known as a white-headed buffalo weaver, which is a black, red, and white-colored buffalo weaver. It seems that the elephants are coming a little bit closer and closer. I can just see something moving through the vegetation. There's at least one or two, three of them that's coming out. I'm just going to quickly reposition and see if we can get a little bit of a better view on them coming down towards the water. I've been able to see one is coming down to the edge of the dam now. We're just going to try and follow them. There we go. There's number one. That's followed by the second elephant that's now also coming in. So for those of you who would like to know how we knew that this elephant bulls were coming closer, there's a fairly uniform size group, and also if we look at the head profile of these animals, it's pretty much rounded. And bulls use their heads when it comes to fighting as well as their tusks. And by pushing heads together, that just creates a bigger surface area compared to that of the females, which has got much more of an angular shaped head. Also, when we look at the angle from the chest to the groin, we can see it's quite sloped, where cows have pretty much got a straight line between the groin and the chest. And also with cows, There's teats between the front legs, which we can also use as an additional method of actually identifying them. Trying to identify them by the groin itself, very difficult. However, sometimes the bulls do push out the fifth leg, which makes them absolutely unmistakable. Let's see what these guys are going to get up to. Good afternoon, Alan, and welcome to the show. And the reason why the head shapes differ is the males have got those rounded heads, that their heads, when they are fighting, meet, and it creates a bigger surface area against which they can push one another. The females don't fight, so therefore they don't need a round head profile. It always fascinates me how they use their trunks to simply suck up water and just push it down the throat. Sometimes on warm days, they'll also spray that water directly over their body to cool themselves down. One of the most amazing things I've actually seen once before, actually I've seen it now 3 times, is a cow that actually deliberately pushed her trunk down her throat to make sure that she could vomit. And that fluid was then pushed over a calf which was busy overheating. There's a number of strange behaviors that you sometimes can see them performing when they are too warm. And one of them is actually lying flat down on the surface of the ground, underground in a shaded area underneath trees close by to a riverbed, where we generally don't find elephants ever lying down. However, small ones do so, but less often so with adults, and these were all big animals that were lying flat down on the ground. We're going to stick a little bit longer with our elephants, and in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Jonty is up to.
So we have left those elephants. They're walking away from the watering hole now. So we're going to go see a different area and see what we can find on a little bumblebee tuna. But that was awesome. I think we were with them for just over an hour. It's really good. And this morning we were with them. So it's obviously a good elephant day, which you can never be sad about. What do you think, Morgan? Should we go towards Treehouse Dam? I think that sounds like a plan. I like it. Ooh, that smells so good. I think someone's got a fire going at the lodge. It's an amazing smell. That instantly has made me start salivating. Jeepers. Why would they do that to us? Yeah, so I think let's go check Treehouse Dam and see what's happening there. It sounds like everybody's going towards the watering hole. You're going to head over to see what's happening with Marcus.
Right, so we've drove past that huge water body to the small one just next to it. And guess what we found on the bank of that water? That one beautiful looking crocodile that you've got on your screen there. So So for those who are familiar with this waterhole, this is small dam which is quite close to Alfred Dam. And as you can see at the moment that crocodile is out. So just enjoying the bit of breeze there. So that hole that you see to the side of the croc, it's where we've been seeing youngsters. You know, for the past month or so, that's where the youngsters will be, because I think the water at the time will reach that water hole. But now it's just that mother croc that we see out there. You know, I might be wrong, but there was one three-legged crocodile which I almost have got no doubt that this might be the one. So if it is the one, it's got like 2 hind feet, but the front one's the one to the left, it's not there. And like, it doesn't even have a stump that will think that maybe she lost it while fighting or anything like that. It just looks like she was born that way. I just wonder if all her young ones made it, you know, because small crocodiles are quite vulnerable, you know, to a whole lot of animals. You know, it might be from leopards sometimes, but mostly it's birds of prey. And of course, being in the water body like this, you know, you will get a lot of birds of prey that sometimes will circle here. And if they see an opportunity, of course, they will seize it, which means they will kill all those youngsters. So we'll find them right in that hole there. But at the time, the water will reach the hole. One other thing that I've seen, which to date, I don't know what the reason might be, you know, there's always been a pair of water thickenees that will spend much of that time close to that crocodile. I think they might be on the other side of the hole. See if you can get them in for you. There you go. So those birds there, like, I wonder what the relationship might be with the crocodile. Because the other day we got into this area here, we saw those birds, you know, they were within that range that the crocodile will just have moved a little bit and then got one or even both of them. But it looks like the crocodile is not interested in even in feeding or even in hunting those birds. However, that very same day we saw her, you know, attempting to hunt a grey heron, which I even ask myself to this day what the relationship with the thickness might be. And they're pretty much always close to that water hole there where the croc is. The ones that you can see. And also a very peaceful water body there. Yeah, I think for now, let's send you over to Kim, who has caught up with her leopard, while we make our way, see whatever it is we'll be able to see next.
Okay, sorry, I was just catching up to her, but here she is. Sitting down for us. What a lovely, lovely cat. Oh, look at how beautiful she is. But like I said, this female leopard, like I said, she's doing a territorial patrol. She's most certainly doing a route that she does quite often. That's why I keep saying, oh, she's going to, oh, how beautiful is that angle over Binglo? Sorry, a vehicle's about to drive past. Oh, there we go, she's still there. so pretty. This route is a very, very familiar route to us because she does take it very often. She, Did you hear that? How cool was that? So that is another thing that they will do when they are on a territorial patrol. They'll rasp or saw, those are the two names for it, and that is just to let other leopards know that they're in the area. But that was very, very cool. And right on cue as well, just explaining about how they patrol their territories. And she just showed it to us perfectly. I'm just going to scoot up a little bit, see if we can't see her again. But yeah, for those of you who watch quite a bit, this is the... I'm so in sync at the moment, Gregory. I was literally about to answer that question, but this is the Tabnkosi female. So if you do watch quite often, you'll know that it's one of the leopards that we do see. And that is why we are so familiar with her kind of roots. I can see her just in front of this car again. Right. We've got a little gap that will... Oh, there we go. I'm loving these low angles as well. She keeps going up and... I think that Busani's trying to make some space for us, but that's fine. Yeah, like these angles, we lower than her, which is quite cool. I mean, normally you're obviously higher than the leopard because you're in this big vehicle, but being lower than her like this is really, really cool. Like eye level. Okay. We are going to let her go. We've had some awesome time with her, but there is another guide coming in to enjoy her as well, so we're going to let him come in before she disappears up the mountain. Yeah, Lennox, you can carry on making way.
Wow, that is so cool. We definitely didn't have such good leopard sightings when I was at Phinda. So Kim, you enjoy those. We are at Treehouse Dam, just enjoying the scenes and the sounds as we sort of transition into evening. We are just sitting here at Leopard Dam with what could be the world's slowest moving grey heron. So look how carefully it's moving. So it's obviously stalking some fish. Painfully slow. We might get to see a kill. But I was just saying, Kim is so fortunate at Phinda they've got such great leopard viewing at the moment, or in the last sort of few years. When I was there permanently, we had to scratch around and would just get sort of fleeting glimpses. So it's really awesome that Kim and the guests that are at Phinda and that everybody watching the show got to see or gets to see leopards on drive at Phinda. It's amazing how much patience these herons have. So it's walking super slow. It obviously doesn't want to disturb any of the silt on the bottom of the dam as it makes its approach. And the fact that it's still walking so slow like that, it can obviously still see where there is, I'm assuming it's maybe a little fish, a tilapia maybe. And you'll see as it gets closer, it will then shoot its, not shoot its head off, but it will extend its neck and catch the fish. But sometimes I've seen them, it's called displacement behavior, when they kind of walk slowly like this for a long time and they end up missing. You'll see they'll slowly walk out of the water and walk up to like a tuft of grass and absolutely melee the tuft of grass violently and aggressively, and then slowly walk back into the water in a calmer state. So at this, just letting you know, JP has returned to camp at Pridelands. So it's obviously getting a bit darker now. You definitely don't want to be striding around in the dark. Very prudent of him to head back before it gets dark. Yeah, Wesley, it is really impressive. And I suppose if you think they have to be, because otherwise they won't get food, especially these sort of, like this heron, for example, he has to go so slowly so that he can catch a fish or mollusk, but I'm sure he's not stalking a mollusk slowly. But can you imagine if we had to go into the supermarket and if you move too fast, things would run away from the shelves? It would be a nightmare scenario. And I think people would definitely show a lot more patience. There's a hyena started calling south of the dam. It's towards the Little Gowrie area. I mean, it's amazing. If you joined the show now, you'd think we've framed up like a garden statue. It's interesting, you often see them sort of fishing along the water's edge like this, but in the Roberts books, they actually have recorded eating rodents and small birds. Oh, you see, I think he's, you see now, you can't just be so brazen, pal. No, this heron will go up and roost when it's dark. To be unlikely to find it. This is like sort of trying to get his last meal, I think, before he turns in for the night. He's going to slow down by those sticks there. Oh, come on. You need a bit of Bee Gees in the background. I can just imagine him in a pair of white jeans cruising along the beach there. Oh, a little bit of water. Well, we were all poised for action there. Unfortunately, his patience didn't pay off. Seems like a lot of fish are rising on this side of the dam. Often the little schools of fish will actually move around from different areas of the dam. Oh. Did something. No, just wetting the beak a bit. Oh, well, there we go. That's the end of that sighting. I think we'll carry on and see what else we can find.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the WISA Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist. I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty throughout food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
And I turned to shore and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lines, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Okay, so we've moved on from Treehouse Dam and hotbedding with the grey heron. What I would like to do is go towards where we heard that hyena calling and just see if we can get a bit of lucky. Get a bit of lucky. Every time I say hyena, it's so weird. It reminds me of a story of a really good friend of mine, Matt Ross, and he was working at Madikwe, and Madikwe had really good wild dog viewing, and Matt absolutely loved wild dogs. He had guests who were from Germany, and Matt every day, every morning, every afternoon was telling them how awesome the dogs were, and the guy he just kept saying to him, "You mean hyenas?" And Matt was like, "No, I mean wild dogs." And on this day, they actually had an incredible wild dog sighting. The dogs were running and hunting. They ran back to the den and regurgitated food. And Matt was so excited because now he got to spend like 2.5 hours with the dogs and got to explain what they were and how endangered they are and how amazing they are. And they arrived back at the lodge, and Matt was like sort of fist pumping the air. And the last thing the guest said to him before he walked off back to his room, he said, "So tell me, Matt, those dogs, was they hyenas?" And Matt was just destroyed. You just saw his shoulders like oh, and he walked off. So now every time I say I want to go look for a hyena, it reminds me of good old Matt Ross, old Katoko. Cheap as we laugh. Was there hyenas? Oh, it was gold. It's nearly time for the spotlight. Come on, we need a nice little nocturnal beast this evening. Oh. Let's see. So we're going to continue around towards the Gowrie boundary and see if we get any luck there.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
We have just stopped to admire the beautiful post-sunset sky. Out into the sky from behind the mountain, and just because we've just seen her, that's Tabamkosi Mountain, so it is the mountain that the female leopard Tabamkosi is named after, and the mountain that we were following her up over earlier is the one that we now look at. So that is pretty cool. She's kind of hung around that area since she was very young. Luckily hasn't been displaced too far by her mum. And look how beautiful that very, very, very really pretty. It's so crazy, like I always look at it and looking at it now, it's so difficult to believe that there's a whole planet there. You know, it just looks like sky. It's completely invisible just because there's a shadow over it. Quite a weird concept. Reminds me of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Very pretty. It's a nice time of day as well because the birds are still going. We've heard a little bit of the night noises like the leopard rasping. We'll probably start to hear the nightjars making their calls soon as well. And a star? Or was it a planet? Oh! I thought I heard another leopard rasping. Yeah, Beth, this is a really spectacular view. Sorry, I think that star or planet that we were on is Venus, that we've just gone away from. But yeah, I mean, this is such a really, really beautiful view. I could literally sit here all night just staring at that. And ever-changing as well. This mountain creates some really, really beautiful views just throughout the day. Whether there's sun on it, I mean, there's these beautiful big rocks on the mountain that like have this orange lichen, orange and white lichen, and when the sun's shining on them from the opposite side, it's still absolutely beautiful. So, with the sun being at any angle, it's always beautiful. And there's all these big red aloes on there as well, so like all the oranges and reds with the sun shining on them is just kind of made even more beautiful and vibrant. But I mean, this silhouette shot of the mountain is also unbelievable. Sounds like Ali has got another beautiful view for you, so we're going to send you over to her and we're going to carry on with our drive and see if we can find any of the other nocturnal animals that are starting to get active.
Well, we kind of got a view, and to be honest, I think that you need beautiful clouds to make any sunset. And it seems like today there's no shortage of clouds and just a little bit of the sun has started pushing through. So Who knows? I've been too scared to actually check the weather for tomorrow, but I'm hoping that if these clouds carry on going, then we'll have better weather, hotter weather, and our animals will be happy and out and about a little bit more than what they were today. Earlier when we were with the drongos, we were wondering what it is that they were alarming at, and they were sounding pretty annoyed and going back and forth and mobbing something, and then eventually we caught a glimpse of an owl. Not too sure which one. Well, technically an owlet, but I suspect it was either a scups owl or a pearl-spotted owlet. Smaller owls, not as big as a spotted eagle owl, but they have that typical thing of just going straight into the thickets when they're being annoyed or mobbed by the drongos. And so the drongos, when they saw the owlet, a potential predator, they started mobbing it just to get it to get away from them. And then whilst we were here, we realized that there was almost a sunset. And if you can see all those lights sparkling in the distance, well, that must be Hoedspruit already all the way down there, or perhaps even Bushbuck Ridge. So just at the foot of the mountains, that's where most of the villages are, but it's quite far from the reserve and from where we are. But all the way out there, then you see there's human settlements. So the reserve is not too far from the settlements. Whew. As judging by all the lights. But if you look at it like that, it's very pretty. Crazy that we can't really, from here we should be able to see the Drakensberg Mountains, but we're not really, or we haven't seen them in the last couple of days. It's been too misty or too cloudy. Astrid, I'd agree. There are some pretty colors that are coming through tonight. Hopefully tomorrow we'll get more light and then we'll get even prettier colors coming through. Just need those bright oranges and sometimes even almost like purple and pink coming through. Seems like it's pretty settled around here for the evening. Wonder which way we should go to try and see if maybe we can find anything. Perhaps going back to one of the water holes later on might be an idea. Just to see who's been out and about. Because I suspect if all of our leopards and lions are on kills, they'll have to come and drink at some point. Problem with showers like today is sometimes they create puddles and then the animals just go and drink from them. This afternoon, though, just so for everyone that follows the lives of our leopards, Kuchava was found on a kill, but it seems like she's got it under the deck of the lodge of Cheetah Plain. So, not the best place possible, but I'm sure she's learned a few tricks from her mother, Tandy, and that's probably why she's around the lodge. And then, well, I believe it's part of the Torchwood and the Kruger males, or the S8 male, I can't remember. I think perhaps the S8 male have been on a buffalo kill just in the far northeastern corner of Buffelshoek. Sadly, there's no signal up there, so we can't really make our way all the way up there. It seems like hyenas also appeared up there, and there was some interaction going on. But I'm kind of hoping that they'll finish that kill and then start moving into this area, or perhaps the Talamatis will come around, or even the not the Avokas, well, yeah, the Avokas also, but I mean the Nkuhumas with their little ones. I think yesterday they moved all the way back towards the Mala boundary on Vessels or Hoffman's or one of those properties down there. So it seems like they're back to the area where they normally hang out in. Kind of hoping or we were hoping that they were going to start pushing into this area, but with the Talamati spending so much time around here, might not be prudent for them to venture into new areas, especially with new little cubs who might not know what's happening. We haven't also received any updates about the injured female. I suspect she's still with the pride, but we shall find out in the next couple of days, hopefully. No drugs for Shasha this afternoon either. Nothing for Tandi or Maribs either. Must be eating somewhere.
Okay, so we have got the infrared on. The spotlight is out and working. We checked around that area where I said the hyena was calling, but we didn't find anything, any tracks. So I think it was probably further south. I'm now coming up, oh, what's up there? I'm coming up the sort of boundary between Djuma and Simbambile. Is that a car? Hoping that Shadulu is potentially around this area again. I've literally just seen, I think I've just gone mad. No, I saw something here. Jeepers, sorry everyone, I thought I saw a vehicle. Turns out it's a herd of Impala. That's just what you want from your guide. I'm just slowly going to go past them, but you'll see them here next to me. Just getting ready for the night. It's quite cool to think that most, if not all, of these females should be pregnant at the moment. Just growing the next generation of impalas. Oh, sorry.
Two cars crossing the road.
Yo, Morgan said, dude, just waiting for those two cars to cross the road and then we'll carry on. That is going to be a tough one to forget. Okay. I'm going to carry on past these impala. Just wait before I put the lights on. Rachel, it's normally when the sort of rains start, you might get some early ones in November, end of November, but typically it will be December, January will be the bulk drop. They try to and have them sort of all at a similar time, but sometimes you also will get some late arrivals into February. That's normally the period. It is so cool to just have this like boom, a baby boom of impala. They are very, very cute. So yeah, this is my plan, is to come along this boundary, see if we get lucky, and then we'll go in, check Sandy Patch, and then back towards Quarantine. That's going to be our loop that we're going to try. I'm really, there were some of the topics this morning, I think it was JP talking about how soon after the rain predators will go and scent mark. like now, it's, the rain we had this morning, it's now dry, so I'd imagine by now is probably a time that some of them might start. And that's why I'm hoping often these big boundary roads will be the sort of boundaries between territories. So I am hoping to just see that white tip of a tail in front of us walking down the road. The white tip of a leopard's tail. Lincoln, I think cheetah, like up in this area, in the Sabi sands, there's a very high density of hyenas, leopards and lions, and all three of those they do outcompete the cheetah. So I think that is probably the reason why, but in some of the parts of the Sabi sands they do move through. I know east of Djuma, they'll often sort of come in from that Kruger, over the Kruger boundary and move southwards. It is funny though where they pop up every now and again. You'll find cheetah tracks. When I was at Mala Mala and Singita, we'd often find cheetah tracks in the middle of places where we would never expect to find them. Sometimes they showed up in the Sand River. But yeah, I'd say it's probably due to the competition. Yeah, Morgan, it was that tree there. That's where, I'm just showing Morgan where Shadulu was yesterday. But I know at Singita, I can't remember the number now, but like 2 or 3 weeks ago, they actually found a cheetah with cubs. I think there were 3, And so let's hope as those cubs grow up, maybe they'll move this way, and then we will get some nice stable viewing. I'm just going to continue along here. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Shadulu popping out.
I have a degree in environmental planning and development. My passion is outdoor classrooms. We are not only grooming the environmentalists of tomorrow, but tomorrow's leaders as well. My long-term goal is for the people of South Africa to learn how to live sustainably, to be able to look after themselves and the environment. So I hope that through environmental education, we are able to get that message to the future generation of South Africa so that they start now and can continue that good practice in the future. Environmental education is critical so that people can live sustainably in the future. That is my long-term goal.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. Almost like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I
I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we're slowly starting to make our way back to camp. Doesn't seem like there's too much life around. I suspect most of our animals are safely tucked away, enjoying some warmth, and hopefully we'll enjoy some warmth too. I think perhaps hot chocolate might be the drink of the day for today. Something that'll keep us nice and warm, or perhaps some hot tea. That would be quite lovely too. But we might be surprised by a last-minute leopard, you never know. Strange things happen out here. We thought we had seen a smaller cat yesterday, but we didn't. Oh, and I feel like potentially Tristan is winning the cat competition, not out of anything or out of tracking abilities, but because last night they saw a serval up in Buffelshoek. I was very upset about it, to the point that I decided I didn't know if I wanted to carry on being in the competition, because I find it deeply unfair that they got to see a serval. Apparently it wasn't the longest of sightings, but it was a sighting where they could distinguish ears, face, and everything else. I don't know if they managed to get photographs, but serval it is. I'm still waiting for a serval in the Sabi sand and a caracal. Those are the two little cats that I actually haven't seen in the sands, or even wildcats. I've seen the serval and wildcats in other places. Funny enough, we also saw a wildcat on a private guided safari in Manapools, which was really cool. And it was actually our guest, Sheila. She had a torch and then she saw it in the distance. So that was pretty cool. But servals and caracals and wildcats in the Sabi sand, not for me, not just yet. They are around. We know they're around. They've been put on camera. All three, I don't know actually, servals, I don't know if they've been put on camera here. But I know caracal and wildcats have, and well, servals, we got plenty of those in the Mara when the crew was up there. They're a little bit easier to spot there. They do like the open grasslands. So, who knows? Maybe soon. Maybe we'll... And also a porcupine. I don't know why. I cannot seem to find a porcupine ever when I'm on Djuma. It's a mystery. And there are signs for them. We see their tracks every so often and their dung, and we know that they eat the bark of the tamboti trees, but it just doesn't seem like we get lucky with the actual creature. I wonder why that is. Greys, wildcats are very similar to domestic cats. They do hybridize, but they're much bigger, or I would say maybe about a third bigger than a domestic cat, and their coat is slightly different. Depending where you find the wildcat, they might be lighter in color, and in areas like this one they might be a little bit darker. They normally have stripy legs and then quite a light grayish to brown chest color. Around the Kruger or the greater Kruger area, we do know that they mate with domestic cats, so the species is actually getting quite diluted. I think our current domestic cats come from an ancestor of the wildcat, if I'm not mistaken. But unfortunately, because of domestic animals and human settlements close to reserves, then perhaps we are getting a lot of wildcats that are not pure wildcats. So there are associations around this particular area, or the greater Kruger area, that try to trap and sterilize domestic cats that are feral, or even the ones of, oh, sorry, Impala. Hopefully, I don't even know where you are. There we go. but they try to trap and sterilize feral cats, and well, even semi-feral cats, and then find them homes just to make sure that they don't mate with the normal wildcats. I'm gonna send you guys across to Marcus. It seems like he's got an exciting sighting.
Yeah, looks like Christmas came early for that hyena that you see on your screen there. So while we're still that side on the water holes, we had an update that there was a female leopard that had actually taken down that impala that the hyena is feeding on now. And luckily for that hyena, it was able to overthrow or steal that carcass from that leopard. And as you can see, busy enjoying the spoils of the leopard there. And in relation to where this hyena is, the leopard is not that far away, about maybe 15 or so meters, just waiting or watching this hyena actually, enjoying what she worked very hard for. And of course, time and again, you'll hear the bone crushing from this hyena. So I believe it's even a force of habit here, because he's got all that meat to himself, yet he still goes for the bones, But yeah, this is what happens sometimes, Leopards can be vulnerable, if they take down an animal, even this impala, at an area that lacks tall or big trees, then, they stand losing their kills to hyenas, as the case is here, because she just stuck it under a quarry, and then this hyena finally managed to, locate it. And of course, for a leopard, it will rather lose this kill to this hyena, and live to hunt another day, because for a solitary animal, it can't risk getting injured by this hyena, because that might mean death eventually, because there won't be anyone to hunt for that leopard. But also, that being said, or the leopard, it's sad now, because her kill is gone rather. But what she'll do, it is night already, they should be active. So, it will just have to keep hunting, And one thing that these leopards do is, she still sticks around here just watching this hyena, hoping that it will leave something for her, which it's unlikely to happen. But at this time, if I were that leopard, that's when I would try to hunt again, while this hyena is still distracted by this kill that he managed to steal. But we would have loved to share that leopard also with our viewers, but I think this is equally as exciting, if you ask me. It's not every day where you see these guys eating something, and it's just one hyena, so that impala, it's more than enough for him. I think he's proud about himself, he's happy. But as you can see also, while he feeds, he still looks away, because he can't afford not to know what's happening. Because much as he was able to steal that kill away from the leopard, there might be lions in this area who will be able to steal it back from him. And when that happens, it's not like an agreement that one sits down and talks. It can be fatal sometimes. And hence, you see that hyena looking from side to side or scanning around this area here, just to see any potential threats, But I'm just glad we got to these ones. So I would like again to take this opportunity to thank all our viewers, for the wonderful comments, all the lovely questions that we got. So I would like to invite you again for sunrise tomorrow morning from 6 o'clock. And for tonight, good night and goodbye.